know me, I have only a path. I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win. I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path. If you want it bad, I'm gonna show you where it's at. Yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want. Yeah, rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooters gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won. Yeah, always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path. I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I am the Dreadist, and welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Please take a seat and enjoy the show, because today we are further exploring the town of Silent Hill. Now, before I get to the game, there is one thing that I wanted to talk about just a bit. Something that I kind of realized after my Silent Hill 2 remake stream last week. Now you see, while I'm streaming, I'm obviously paying attention and focusing on the game. And at the same time, I'm trying to share my observations and opinion of the game as well. So I'm trying to keep a sort of rhythm, stopping and talking about things and then progressing in the game, and kind of following the game's narrative flow. So even though I acknowledged this thing happening during my last stream, it really only dawned on me after. And that is that I completed a main story quest backwards. Now, let me explain. It might have happened to you before that you are playing, for example, an open world game, and you're exploring and collecting all kinds of random items. Many of them you don't even know what they are really for, or if they are even useful. And then you stumble upon a character and you get a side quest, which just happens to ask for those random items that you collected. So as soon as you accept the quest, you completed it too. And actually something like that happened to me not so long ago. But why this was a bit different is it wasn't a side quest. It was part of the main story. But let's actually start up the game and let me show you exactly what I mean by that. Now here, the PlayStation 5 scene tells us that we completed 11% of the game. You can see it in the bottom right corner. So that is the overall, I do believe, story progression, not doing everything in the game, even though I'm not necessarily sure if this game has any side activities or quests or collectibles. However, right now we are in the east side of town and we completed 55% of that part. So we are still rather early in the game. But let's not waste more time and start up this wonderful experience of a game. Yes, the game has tips. I need no tips. I can get lost on my own. Oh, and the lovely warnings. You know you are in for a treat of a horror game when the first thing you are greeted by is a scene of warnings. So let's continue. And we should be in a semi-safe place, I'd like to say. As safe as Silent Hill can be, of course. Press any button. Yes, last time I tried not doing anything on this loading scene and just watching the footprints appear and disappear, but nothing happened. So I will not repeat this again. So here we are in a somewhat safe spot, hopefully. And now I have a moment to bring up the map, if I can remember the correct button, and I did. So what I was doing last time is I was on Martin Street, and you can see that red square there. That is a save point. And I was exploring the area, and all these zigzag lines show you where certain pathways are blocked. And so I was going west on Cat Street, and I reached these crossroads. And where I am right now, you can see the green arrow, is a place that was circled because I knew from the narrative that I should come here. But obviously, if I know that I should go left, then I will go in every direction other than left first. And so I decided to go right. So we were heading north. And there is that shop that you can see there. It is circled and there is a check mark on it. Now, back then, those markings were not there, and you'll understand why in a moment. So that is a record store. And so I walked in there, defeated a few creatures, but that's beside the point. And I noticed this separate room that I could see through a large window. a window much like you would see in a recording studio. But there were no rags at the bottom of the glass. No, as we've seen in this game, that is kind of an indication that if you break the glass, you can then climb over. But the rags were missing, so I even thought, well, maybe that's a separate area that we will be able to reach later. But just out of curiosity, I decided, well, let's try to break it. And indeed, we managed to break the glass and we could climb over into this room. And in this room I found a note talking about how this man came into the store with a broken record and they wanted it repaired, but they didn't have the whole record. And next to the note we found half of a broken vinyl record and some vinyl glue. So I collected those, and honestly I didn't think much of it. I was happy that I found something and continued my exploration. Now, after some more roaming around, I actually came to where we are right now, into this bar, which was, as I said, our initial objective. And here I found another note which talked about a man, probably the same man as in the other note, who got angry because of something and he broke a vinyl record. And half of that record was still in the jukebox, but as the person who wrote the note said, the other half is missing. However, they saw this man run out of the bar and go towards the record store. So we were supposed to come here first, read this note, and then know that the other half of the record is probably in the record store and go there. So that's why the circle then appears to mark the location for the player, and then you go there, you get the items, and you get the check mark because you completed your little quest there. However, I managed to do this entirely backwards. And I know it's not a huge deal, but I just found it so funny that because I'm always trying to explore and kind of go against the suggested route, let's say, I managed to complete this little story mission in a somewhat backwards way. And to be honest, I greatly respect that the developers allowed a bit of exploration like this, that you can stray from the intended path just a bit. Obviously this game is narrative based and the story is really important, so you can go around doing whatever you want. As you can see, there are many barricades and blocked roads all around, but still you have a bit of freedom to look around and do silly things like this. Now, for me, not exactly doing what the developers want me to do is kind of fun experience. I don't intend on breaking the games, but I like playing the games in a way that I'm always kind of at odds with the developers, and sometimes that lets you discover interesting ways how the game wants you to not go too far off the beaten track, for example with the barricades here, but at the same time sometimes it rewards the players through secrets and random Easter eggs and things like that you can find because you are being a bit more adventurous. So I do enjoy playing games like this. And also in this game I just want to see as much as I can. And even if it's just the abandoned streets and empty buildings, I want to just see it all. I don't know why. So we will do exactly that and continue our exploration now and hopefully find some interesting things. Now we are a tad bit beaten up here. So let's see. Oh, wrong button. So let's see how many medical items we have. We have 2 health drinks. They are sort of small medkits as I think of them. And we might need to use one because as you can see the edges of the scene are a bit bloody. Much better. Now, we did read this lovely note left by someone. There was a hole here. It's gone now. And maybe we will learn why that is. But so far it seems that our main clue is actually this broken vinyl record which we managed to glue together. Now I do believe indeed that we picked up a few notes here and there. So this is the record store note and this was Neely's bar note. These are the 2 I mentioned that explain what happened with the record and also gives us another clue to follow. But now that we actually managed to fix this record, let's try to play it. Let me see, move. Ooh. Select. Okay. This is interesting. I'm really not sure what I'm doing, but hopefully we will figure it out. Oh, there it is. Okay. It seems a bit broken, but hopefully it will work. Glued up vinyl record. Indeed. Okay, and now we will have to choose the right letter. those are different colors, so the one record we added should be blue, so that's C. And I think it is number 2. Oh, we are missing a button. That's no good. Well. We will have to look for a button. Now, because the jukebox is and was here, I'm guessing that the button should be nearby. But then again, who knows? Beer. Great advertisement. Well, we have 2 doors here. So let's explore this bar. Okay. Correction. 1 door that we might be able to go through. 0 doors that we can go through. Understood. Now let's see if we have any information about the missing button. So it says, I gathered up what I could. Still haven't found one of the buttons. That's the one we are looking for. Half the record is still lodged inside, we did get that, but the other part's missing. Figure he must have taken it, indeed. Come to think of it, he did run towards Groovy, that is, the record store. So, one of the buttons, I'm assuming, is nearby, but maybe on the other side of those doors. Anyway, maybe go check up on him, see if he's alright. Alright. He lives over at Seoul by the pharmacy, apartment 9. So this is the person who started smashing up this jukebox. And then he ran off and cried he'd fix everything. So let's check on him. Perhaps he took the button. I don't know how, but this town, or perhaps this eerie fog, just has a presence on its own. Now let's see, we have to go to the pharmacy. That should be further down this road. But obviously we are not just going in the intended way, right? Oh, Silent Hill Tavern! How nice. So, we are on Navy Street, I do believe it is called. I think there's something underneath that car. No, we've been to this section of the street before, and then we came here. You can see that glowing red square even from here. What are those things? Oh, we have a friend over there. That's fine. That's fine for now. Let's check around here. What is this place? Reserved parking. Yeah, I was looking for more about the building, you see. Which I am not entering, it seems. Another Toluca Express delivery truck. There are quite a few of these around. Magical envelopes. Well, it seems I won't be getting any of those. Ooh. Maybe if I crouch down, but don't think that's possible. And if I'm not mistaken, I've been there before. Is this where I could enter those two buildings through the windows? Let me see. Not quite, not quite. No, I think that's further down Sanders Street. Well, let's see, let's go and check what we can find. Oh. Bugs. Bugs indeed. You have a bug infestation. Oh, it's coming after me. Well, we found one dead end. No trespassing. Yeah, it's not like I really can. Ooh. Ooh, indeed, the radio is emitting static, meaning that we are not alone. And I think we found another victim of whatever is happening here. The question is, what killed them? I think I found the answer. Alright. Come out, come out. Wherever you are. I'm not sure why they like to hide underneath cars so much. But I have a feeling that I will be rather suspicious of cars. After I play this game for a few more hours. Wait, what? Uh-oh. No! No! Uh-oh. They can indeed turn, so that's dangerous. No! Stop it! Stop it! And for good measure. Okay. Should be safe. Lamb 3223. Alright, let's see who you were. Well, I can't really make out, to be perfectly honest. Wearing boots and some sort of a jacket. My bad, it was the wrong button. Checked from 0000 to 4013. Took almost 2 hours, had to run. Ooh. Checked from 4014 to 4439. Had to run again. I feel like I'm so close now. I just know it. Now we did have a keypad next to a door not far away from here. And apparently this person was trying to go through all the combinations from 0 to 4439, which is almost half of all the possible combinations. You will see sooner or later. You will see. What is that? It seems like a figure. Some sort of a figure. The two legs I think are there. But what are the lines around the waist? Are those strips of clothes or a skirt? And what is up with the head? It seems like some sort of a strange hat or a long hood. And the arms are up, similarly to how the arms of these creatures are tied. Well, I guess we will see, later or sooner. Based on my speed, I would hazard a guess and say possibly later. Nah. At least we found something, so again, exploration is rewarded. Oh, what's this? On, off. I don't think I can do anything with that. So this is the other side of the same street. And we did see a creature somewhere here stumbling in the fog. Happy Burger. Okay. Let's see how happy that burger is. Oh, oh, no. No, no. Stop it. They are quick. Come back. But now that I think about it, maybe don't come back. Oh, no, 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 no. No, absolutely not. Stop that. Stop it. No. Oh, okay. Okay, I went a bit too far with that. Fair enough. Okay. That's it. Stop it. Good. We can only hit them twice in a row. 3 strikes take too long and they can attack you back. And I only have one more medkit, so I have to be extra careful here. Now, I mentioned how I was able to break the window inside of the record store, right? Even though they didn't have these rags at the bottom of the glass, which usually shows the player that indeed that is an entry point. And that introduces a lot of possibilities, because as I realized in my previous stream, you can also break car windows. No, I haven't found any use for that, at least not until now, but maybe we could find some items, and who knows, maybe medkits inside of buildings or cars. which would be rather useful. Is that closed? Apparently it is. So we have 2 entry points here. Let's choose the more obvious one, even though I do not like this track. Is anyone here? The radio is silent. Oh. That's a dead creature. Or at least I think it is a dead creature. But who killed it? Or maybe the correct question would be, what? Thank you for that. Make sure we have 2 exit points, just in case something happens. Oh, what's that? Happy Burger, Happy Burger. Feel the craving? You just can't help it. Go for it. Happy Burger. What you need is what you get. On the run, grab something to go. You know, that looks pretty good with the price of $2.99. But I don't think a burger could help us much here. Now we do have this door. And we can peek inside. And let me tell you, every single time I can peek inside a room or a building like this, I am expecting a jump scare. But instead we see a vent. And I think we might be able to crawl through there. Now, I will trust the radio and assume that this dead thing is indeed dead. But if it gets up, from now on, I will stomp on every single creature I see, dead or alive. I so fucking called it. Oh, you lovely developers. Now, these creatures, as far as I figured, are somewhat blind, but they have great hearing. And apparently they did hear me. Okay, let's make quick work of this, because you have a friend, and I'm not too happy about that. Ow! That hurt. Alright. I went a tad bit too close there. Okay, maybe we have to lure them out. I'd like to order a Happy Burger, please. With a side of fries. Nah? Okay. Well, I guess the only way is to go in. Which is not necessarily good. Oh, I do not like this narrow space. Sorry. Let's make room for it. Oh! They can run too! Okay, that was a small surprise there. I wouldn't say a bad surprise, but not necessarily the one you'd like to get. Okay, I guess we are using up our last medkit as well. And this time, once again, the developers were rather clever because I couldn't just run out the door with them. I could have tried to exit through the window and see if they follow, but things are not looking that bad, at least for now. Okay, this seems like an ordinary kitchen. And that is one of the doors leading out. I cannot break that window, I see. Oh, interesting. It didn't really show me that it was possible to climb through here, but we did it. Ooh, what's that? Haha, you can see that through the little window. Oh, another syringe. Or a larger medkit. Rather useful, but it makes me wonder why I came here. I didn't really find anything exceptionally useful. Oh, welcome in, Red. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you are having a wonderful day. I'm not necessarily doing anything special for this anniversary, but I am playing the remake of Silent Hill 2, which is, in my opinion, special enough in itself. I just started it last week, this being the second stream of it, and I am greatly enjoying the experience. Alright, well, we checked the Happy Burger place, and I mean, I could be a bit happier with it, but that's fine. I'm starting to wonder if I should maybe not fight with all of these creatures. I'm not too bad, and that's good. Always good when you're having a good time, indeed. Well, James here is not necessarily having a wonderful time, but that is to be expected. Alright, let's try to sneak up on you, and whack! Sneak attack! That worked better than I expected, to be perfectly honest. No, where are we exactly? We checked Sanders Street, and now we should go towards Paul Street, because that is where the apartment of the person is who broke the jukebox. The Dance Company. Interesting name. That is the side of Happy Burger. And that's another dead end. I don't know how, but this game hides things in plain sight so easily. I think I've been here, and I did not notice this barricade. I'm not sure if it's the field of view or it's just the fog, but really at every turn you are in for a surprise, and you don't necessarily know what's waiting for you there. Neely Street, okay, that one we checked. I love how many doors and fences and gates are closed. Solid auto truck repair, I think it says. No parking. Garage in constant use. Okay. Oh. Green pharmacy. We found the pharmacy. And that's a good start. Okay, we're not going in. Now, I will try to make some distance here, so we are safe, because there is something that I wanted to mention about these creatures. Now, I did not look up their name, because I don't want to run into any spoilers. So, for now, I just call them creatures. I'm sure that is not the right name, but I waited long enough to play this game. I don't want to spoil anything. However, recently, actually this week, I was reminded of a specific episode of a wonderful, I would say horror-esque cartoon called Courage the Cowardly Dog. And the episode in question is called The Mask. And I rewatched it, and it made me think of this creature a bit, because without going into too many spoilers of the episode, it's about this character who seeks shelter at the farmhouse in the show, and they are rather cruel towards poor Courage, the dog, and they beat him up. And in the beginning of the episode, you would understandably think that this character wearing this strange mask is evil and bad. However, as the episode goes on, we learn about the character's backstory a bit, and we learn that they were badly mistreated by a dog, and they are actually wearing the mask in a way to hide their own pain, and they are treating Courage this way. They are being hostile towards Courage because they feel like that every dog is bad. And that got me thinking. Now, I I really have to say that Courage the Cowardly Dog is a wonderful show, and I wholeheartedly recommend watching it. But this is, I think, one of the most outstanding episodes in the series. And why it got me thinking about this creature is because even when I first saw them, let me go a bit closer. In my first stream of this game, when I saw these creatures and looked at them for a bit, I got this strange feeling that they are not necessarily bad. No, if you take a closer look at them, they are moving in a really strange way, and they seem to be uncomfortable, and their body language is pained, and their appearance is also quite strange but also telling, because their arms seem to be in this straitjacket of their own skin. It looks like they are imprisoned and restricted. And even the fact that they don't have, or don't seem to have, eyes and don't see us is really interesting, because it just adds to how they are deprived of their free will in a way. They can move freely. They are even deprived of their senses. And in many ways, they seem to be the victim here. And how they attack, kind of vomiting this acidic bile, I don't know why, but it made me think of verbal abuse. It's like a visual representation of vitriol, if you will. And so I started thinking, maybe they were mistreated by someone or someones, and they are being antagonistic to us because of that, much like the character in Courage. But I'm not sure exactly why they are hostile towards James. You know, first I thought maybe it's specifically James, but we saw a body earlier who seemed to have been attacked by these creatures, and also we saw a corpse right next to the truck. So it's not just James, it's not a personal vendetta against him. So what else can it be? And I have one theory, even though there's not much that reinforces it. But I thought maybe it's because James is a man. Because you see, these creatures, if you look them up close, let me show you. The first, I think I will have to get them to stay still and not kill us, which, well, you probably know what that means. Oh, I messed that up. Ow! You! It worked much better with the other one. But again, I can't exactly blame you for defending yourself. So you can see that from the features that are visible, this creature seems to be wearing sort of high heels, and sometimes, to me at least, it looks like their legs are wrapped in stockings, but also they have the bottom of this straitjacket appear a bit like a corset. And all of these pieces of clothing are mostly associated with feminine fashion. And so I thought maybe these creatures are female, and or were transformed from women, perhaps, and they are being hostile towards men because they were mistreated by men before. And that might be, again, it would mean that they are not trying to kill James for any personal reason, in a way. It is just because he is a man, much like how Courage was beaten by this character because he is a dog, even though he personally hasn't done anything. And that could be... It's difficult to make out the details of the characters in this game, especially the dead ones, but the person sitting next to the truck, based on the outfit at least, seemed to be a man. Though with the other dead body, it's a bit more difficult to figure out because I think they were laying down on the ground face down. But they had a similar outfit with the boots and jeans and the jacket. So I hope we will learn more about these creatures and maybe find some bit of information that confirms or denies my theory. Because another thing that could be is that they are hostile towards everyone. So perhaps they were wronged by the community, perhaps the people living in Silent Hill, once again, if they were ever human. And the way they are defending themselves and attacking us, even if we are not harming them first, could be a sort of reaction, a defensive reaction that they have because they were mistreated in the past, which would be really, really interesting for a a creature in a horror game. Again, it would show that as much as you'd like to call this creature a monster, it might not necessarily be the real monster here. It might look the part, but it might just be the victim. And I have to say, they are really, really interesting, and I do hope that we will either learn more about them or at least see them interact with others, maybe each other. That would also be interesting. Are they quote-unquote friendly towards each other? No, we had the record store and now the Happy Burger place, where two of them resided at the same time, but I wasn't really comfortable with trying to gather them to one spot in such a tiny space. But hopefully we will find two of them outside here and be able to just see what they do when they face each other. Ooh, 16. Is that important to us? I'm assuming yes. But what I want to check first, honestly, is not this place, not the apartment. I know I should go into that apartment, but then again, what I should and what I will are two completely different things. What I want to figure out first is what happens further down this road. Why is it marked with those lines? And I think it is like that because it continues in a tunnel. Let's see if we can find anything here. No, this is closed. Indeed, the road is closed here. What is that? Accurate. Fabrication and welding. Custom fabrication. Body modification. Well, because this is not a cyberpunk game, I'm guessing they are talking about cars. Road work ahead, indeed. I like all of these little alleyways and things here. But I feel like we went around and we didn't find much. And indeed, that seems to be also blocked, even though I will check. But first, we will look around here. Now, the note said that he lives over at Seoul by the pharmacy, apartment 9. So this is indeed by the pharmacy. And now we will have to look for apartment 9. Oh, I can hear the radio, and that's locked. But there is another door there, so hopefully we will be able to go around. But we will have to be cautious. Now there are some bugs here, and that's not so bad if there are only bugs here. But again, the radio doesn't tell us what's around, only that we are not alone. Rather clever idea, which the game is honestly filled with. Okay, so we are there. I like the big red dot telling us where we are. We have the key. I guess that's the reception. And then we have 1, 2, 3 on the first floor, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the second floor, and 9 and 10 on the third floor. Soul Street apartment. Obviously, we have to go on the top floor, which is as far away from us as possible. But I guess that was to be expected. Oh, we can push this out of the way? Okay. I don't want to push it all the way, just to see if there's something behind it, but I don't think. All of these dirty windows with the light shining through them, they set the tone so nicely. A game that it reminds me of, even though there the lighting had a slightly different effect, is the Penumbra trilogy, which I do believe was the first games of frictional games, the creators of Amnesia and Soma. There, with their own engine, they were able to create really interesting lighting effects. Even though there, I feel like the atmosphere that they set was more about isolation, whereas here I feel like it's more about decay, how this town is abandoned and everything is slowly falling apart. Ooh, apartment key and number 5. Well, that's lovely. Except I need number 9. So that's a problem. Hopefully, that man we are trying to follow left the door unlocked. Apartment 5 left his key, says there's a leak from upstairs. Gotta check it out. Oh ho 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 ho. I think I know what will happen. Let's open this. A bit of a shortcut. So apartment 5 is underneath 10 and 9. Interestingly, 9 is rather big, maybe the largest apartment, and 10 is the smallest. I wonder what 10 is. Maybe it's not even an apartment, it's just a utility closet. But I think if there's a leak, maybe we will not enter apartment 9 through the door. Rather, we will go from the apartment underneath. Oh, that's a group photo, maybe of all the tenants. How nice. No, the only one thing I'm still wondering about is, will I ever get a flashlight? Because let me tell you, I wouldn't be opposed to the possibility. Oh, this is a lovely place. Oh wait, can I open this? No, unfortunately I cannot. I think this is the pharmacy, actually. We saw, and maybe some medkits? A syringe! So it seems we get to inspect the item when we pick it up for the first time, And also every time when we don't have one already. Because I had a syringe earlier, and when I picked up the first one I found, James looked at it, but I used it up. And so today, when I found another one, because I had no syringes in my inventory, I could take a look. Interesting. Green Pharmacy. Relimid, free. Barolmin, free. Salproxinex, free. Imatinelimet, free. Okay, and we have all the prices: 48.21, 96.14, 24.51, and 282.81, with the total of $451.67. Wow. Now, I admit, I do not know exactly when this game takes place, but I do believe it's somewhere in the 80s or 90s. But goodness, medicine was expensive even back then. Now, why is this important for us? Let's take a sip of my tea while I'm wondering. It reminds me of a puzzle from Crow Country. There we had a sort of wish list, a note that listed different items, and we had to look for those items and add their prices together and enter that into the cash register to open it and get an item. If I remember correctly, it was a revolver. Do not ask why there was a revolver in the cash register, or why entering that amount would open it, but it was a fun little puzzle. However, here I'm not sure what we can do with this. I cannot go in there, and I cannot pick up this receipt. And as far as I can see, there is no name on it. However, I do see something there. 19... I want to say 1912, but I don't think that's possible. So is that 1992? June 22, 4:11 p.m. Interesting. But we do have a date. That's indeed interesting. 12 Soul Street, Silent Hill. Alright. I'm not sure what we are on to, but we found something. Okay, so this is the pharmacy. That is a closed door. That is a broken oven. That is number 3. And my radio is going off again. So let me check. We looked at the reception as well as apartment 1. 2 and 3 are logged. The smaller of the 2 unmarked rooms on the first floor is the pharmacy, and the other one I couldn't get into. Well, I guess there's only one way for us, and that is up the stairs. Even all the plants withering away shows that no one has been here for quite a while. Okay. 7 is closed. 8 is closed. You never know. Well, you don't. That's why I'm checking every single door. 6 is closed. Look, just because a door appears to be locked doesn't mean it is. Okay. I don't know if this happened because of the leak, but if yes, then this was a mighty big leak. Okay, that's closed as well. Is this one of those places where I can peek in? Apparently not. Okay, so we have number 5 here. Used the apartment key. Indeed I did. I have to say that I do not like that hole in the wall, because it's giving me flashbacks of the time when the first creature appeared and attacked me, which was actually in the same game. And that is brilliant. And that shows just how great the game is at setting the stage. How it had a slow start, and you, it's not that you feel safe, but you walk from your car through the graveyard to the town and nothing happens. And then you see these blood trails on the street and you follow them and you see this strange figure moving in the fog, but you're not quite sure what it is. And so you go through alleyways and into this building, and then finally you are in this one room where you come face to face with whatever you were following. And every small detail you just remember. It is honestly brilliant. You know, I have to admit, for a moment I really thought I got a trophy for checking the toilet. I did not, but again, could have been. It really could have been. So this is a little apartment here. And the bed, that's where we could peek in. And that is another apartment. But before I squeeze myself through there, I should do one thing. And that one thing is to tell my lovely downloads queue not to completely demolish my internet speed by updating games now. Now, with that said, this is such a terrible idea. Don't cut yourself too badly. Well, from the sound of it, good news, we are not alone. Which is also bad news. Alright. Let's check. Not much here. A bed. Some boxes. Oh, a door, which is closed. Wardrobe. Oh, a TV. Can I turn on the TV? No, I can't. Kitchen. You can really do everything in one room. Well, if you can pay for more, that is. Maybe we will be able to climb up there. Oh, we got around here. Lovely. And indeed it seems that we will be able to go there. However, I want to check something. Now, normally I try to explore buildings one floor at a time. It makes things easier. But here, I'm rather curious what would happen if I just try to use the stairs. And I guess I got my answer. And that is, I won't. As in, I will not use the stairs because they are gone. Good to know. Well, when it comes to choices of how to get from point A to point B, I feel like this game makes most of the choices for the player, which is not bad. Can I lower that? No, that's not what I wanted. Ooh, we are up here. Can we see anything? Maybe something interesting? Best auto parts? This fog is creepy, I have to say. But it looks beautiful. And it's so thick, you really can't tell what's just a few meters ahead of you. I mean, we see these wires and some of the poles kind of poking out of the fog, but not even the buildings on the other side of the road are visible. And it's so beautiful how even the wires just kind of disappear into nothingness. Uh-oh. Nice touch how the controller started vibrating there. I guess this is technically breaking and entering, though the window was open, so it's not technically breaking, just entering. Was that the way back? Ah, goodness. Well, whatever was here, I kinda hope it's gone. Ooh, vinyl record. I can pick it up. Well, I have a feeling that the game kinda wants me to look at that, but like I don't really want to. Yes, indeed, this is a really big apartment. Okay, not going there. Understood. Alright. Okay. Let's use the simpler version here. And then she came and washed it all away. It all started to make sense again. Great, because it's making no sense to me. It's this place. I can't fight it. Gotta get my head straight. Quick stop at Texan. Then we're going. Texan is a coffee place. It's a cafe that we actually already visited earlier. And it seems this person, I'm assuming the same man that the other two notes mentioned, wanted to leave Silent Hill. The question is why exactly? Okay. I mean, not really. I can only hope that that they had good insurance on this building, because this will take a bit of money and time to repair. Okay, let's see what we have. So this is 9, and this is the part of the ceiling, or well, ground, that collapsed. Oh, Zeb, welcome in. And thank you for being the first on the stream. How is your day going? Another plant, some cigarettes, and a mug. And another closed door. Alright. Now we have a few things to check here. We have the hole in the wall, or more specifically, the hole in the wall of the toilet, which we all know what it is. We have a door with something leaking out from underneath, and we have the roof. Oh, a friendly little chat took place here, and that's where we went around. Alright, we indeed need a way back, and apparently this will be our way back. Clever how the developers put that palette there to catch your attention and guide you to the ladder. Really subtle, clever ideas. Why is there smoke coming out of these chimneys? No one is here. And I guess this indeed, is the door leading down to the stairs. Well, okay. A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. James is not thrilled. What do you mean search? Just look inside. I guess search. You know those flashy sounds are not really helping the case, but they are kind of making things a bit more exciting. Okay, so far we didn't get bit. That's good. Okay, and you found the jukebox button. Well, I have to say, I did not expect that. But we kind of came here in the hopes of finding it, so... Okay. And now, let's see if we can open this door and actually see what we shove our hand into. Yuck. Well, you're not going there. Hi, bud. Oh, welcome in. Mako Tensei, VT. Thank you for the first time chat. How are you doing today? I think we are kind of done here, and whatever is in that room, I don't think we should disturb it any longer. So let's go and go back to the jukebox. Indeed, we finished our work here. So all we have to do now is descend on this ladder, which hopefully will not collapse underneath us. This is concerning. Okay. We didn't fall down. That's a good start. I just got home from my seminar. Oh, I hope it went well. I do know you mentioned on your stream that you are a university student, and I hope your studies are going just as you planned. Now let's open this. Shortcut for us, and we are back here. Now we cannot go into the pharmacy since we couldn't open it. Are you still dead? Good creature. Now, I do want to check the end of this street a bit more closely. However, there are two creatures here, or a creature and whatever is on the ground there. Now we have to be careful here. If we're going to learn that indeed these creatures are all just victims, I will feel rather bad about killing them all, but survivor guilt only works if you survive. So first of all, let's try to prioritize not dying. Uh-oh. I'm not here. I'm not here. Uh-oh. Okay, just telling it I'm not here does not work. No, 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 no hugs. No hugs, sorry. You are absolutely beautiful and I just adore your looks, but no. Stay down. Good. Yeah, everything is going good. I got some Sega Master System games on the way back. Wow. Congratulations. I checked your physical game collection and I have to say that I am mildly jealous. But it's wonderful to see people still collecting physical games, and I do hope that at least with the consoles, as much as the companies would like to go all digital, that those players who prefer to actually buy a physical game, they will be able to in the future. Oh, it's your first time playing Silent Hill 2? Indeed. It is my first time playing Silent Hill 2 and, well, the remake at that as well. And so far I am thoroughly enjoying my time. And once again we have yet another victim of these creatures, it seems. And we have a map. Any notes? Wait. No, I think that's actually the other side of the map. It's just folded together, perhaps. But this shows the area where we are right now. Intriguing. I will have to check this. Old map. What did we mark on our map? Oh, the arrow there. Yes, yes. That will probably be important. I'll write down what I've learned so far. Maybe it will help you somehow. But thank you, kind stranger. If you're reading this, I'm probably dead. Well, if you are the person lying covered in acid and blood over here, yes you are. You were indeed correct. Now let's see. I saw that on the map James marked this way barricaded, and indeed he was correct. And there's an interesting sign here of a person walking to the left. I love how subtle these signs are, giving us little tidbits of information about where I should go. Yeah, I got into collecting retro stuff at a young age, and we have a retro game store in my town, so a lot of my pocket money would go to old games. Oh, I can more than understand that. I really do hope that one day I will be able to get some of the older consoles and get the opportunity to show my viewers horror games from those bygone eras, because I always say that the golden age of horror games, in my opinion, was during the PlayStation 2 era, and there are so many brilliant titles that released on that platform or in that time frame, but it's a bit tricky to stream from consoles in general, and the more you go back, as you probably know, it gets more and more finicky. With the PlayStation 1 and 2 you get the little help of the PlayStation 3, because I actually looked it up yesterday. There is indeed one specific, I think the launch version of the PlayStation 3 that was backwards compatible and has an HDMI output, so you can kind of have the best of both worlds. You can play the old games, and I hope you can stream from that console easier, but I don't have a PlayStation 3, so I hope one day I'll get there. But for now, I'm really happy that I get to own and stream from the PlayStation 5 for the last I want to say 1.5 years. I've been streaming from my PlayStation 4, and there are so many wonderful horror games on these platforms, so I'm not running out of titles anytime soon. But I also know that with longer franchises like Resident Evil, Silent Hill, Fatal Frame, what else? There are so many wonderful horror franchises out there. As much as there are newer titles, there are remakes. Many of the older games released on specific consoles. So for example, with Resident Evil, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Resident Evil games released on all 5 PlayStation consoles. And so I would like to play as many of them as possible. Yeah, I had to get myself an OSSC device that takes in SCART, component and VGA inputs and outputs through HDMI. Yes, that's the tricky part of it, because a few months ago I looked into it a bit more to see just how difficult it would be to stream from older consoles, and what you need and how expensive it is. Because with many of the old horror games, as I said, wonderful games released on the PlayStation 2, and they became legendary, and they became really pricey, even if you're just looking for a used copy with the only requirement that it works. And the tricky part with the components, card, VGA, converters, upscalers and all that is, as far as I heard, and again I'm not an expert on it, but it's kind of a hit or miss, because the cheaper ones, for some people they work, for some they don't. With the more expensive ones, you are looking at hundreds of dollars sometimes. And in a way, every console is different. So if you only want to go back a bit and play PlayStation 3 or Nintendo Wii U or I guess Xbox 360, those I think had HDMI outputs. So maybe you're working with a lower resolution, but they will work. The problem starts when you want to go further back, and really horror games released as far back as as gaming existed. So if I want to go back to the first PlayStation, or the Dreamcast, or early Nintendos, you are getting into a bit of uncharted territories, and things get tricky. And if you want to go all the way back to the Atari systems, I don't even know how you do that. That's just so far removed from the digital age of today. On PS2, there's also Clock Tower, Hunting Ground, Rule of Rose, go on. Exactly, there are so many. The Clock Tower franchise, Alone in the Dark would be one, even though I feel like that started more on the PC. Hunting Ground is a dream of mine to play one day. I respect and love that game so deeply. I really feel like it's an outstanding game. Rule of Rose is legendary in many ways, one of them being the fact that it's possibly the priciest PlayStation 2 game ever to exist. So I don't even dream of ever playing that game because I couldn't purchase it. I heard that it's so expensive because it ran into controversies, and so not many copies were made, and then later on people kind of discovered that, ooh, this is a rare game. But I don't think I could I could get a hold of one, and I'm not even sure if I could convince anyone to let me borrow it, just because of how expensive it is. Oh, Extermination as well. Oh, that's one I don't recognize. I have to look into that. There are some more obscure ones. I do remember one game that was exclusive, I do believe, to the Dreamcast as well. And I mean, almost every console has at least one somewhat exclusive game from horror franchises. Even Resident Evil, I think there was a time when Capcom and Nintendo worked rather closely together, so there are different games that only got released there. Some of the Fatal Frame games were exclusive for a time to Nintendo consoles as well. Yeah, mine was like $150. Yes. Yes. Again, I understand the price, but it's a bit expensive if you don't know what you're doing. And for me, since the only old console I have right now is a PlayStation 2, I would try to think in a way that if I buy a converter, then it works with most of the consoles I kind of want to work with. What language is that? Well, the game itself is in English. My console is not, because... But the long story short, the mortal body I have access to as a monster lives in a European country, and so because I need a name for purchasing, the console is also in that language, but technicalities of being a monster, it's annoying sometimes, I have to admit, because as much as I like living in my realm, except I'm kind of stuck in it right now. It has some drawbacks. For example, no company will ship to my realm, which in my opinion is rather rude. So I always have to find a mortal who would accept the package and then give it to me. And yeah, it's a lot of work behind the scenes. Chile. No, not Chile. My scariest game is Forbidden Siren. I do want to play that game as well. Again, the backlog is long. Now let's go and try not to cause trouble here. I like your little dance, but if you wouldn't mind, I will just kind of walk behind you. No, I will not. Understood. Would you be ever so nice and walk out from there so I have more room? And also don't puke on that note. I want to read that later. Okay, you're doing wonderfully. Yes, yes, yes. There we go. I think this 2-hit and circle around method is working rather nicely. No, you're not doing that. Okay. That worked. Somewhat. And how sneaky they were hiding here. Even though I did see one walking around here when I originally came here, so I wasn't surprised that there were 2 creatures here. Oh, don't mind if I do. And we have a note. No, actually, let's pick up this note first. It seems like they are attracted to light. Louder sounds as well. I did notice that they can't really see us, and if we are kind of sneaking around, it's possible to avoid them, even though I'm not sure just how loud a noise has to be for them to notice us, because I kind of instinctively don't run. If you want to survive, stay in the dark, stay quiet. Also, it's not obvious that this person is talking about these creatures, but I assume. Probably won't save you anyway. Love your optimism. Okay, so here we have even more blood. Oh, and another note, almost missed you. They can be killed, just make sure they stay down. Indeed, there was one that got up multiple times, but most of them respect that they are dead. Alright, Soul Street note. And what is this? This place, all it's ever brought me is pain and misery. Okay, that doesn't help us too much. Motorhome note. Well, I do believe it was worth going around here. And now we can go back. However, as you might have noticed, I'm making a mistake here. Because I'm making my way back to the jukebox. And since I already checked this area, I'm foolishly assuming that it's safe. It's never safe. So let's not run into the unknown, but rather keep our guard up and enjoy the beauty of this place. Because let me tell you, it is beautiful. Okay, that's the Happy Burger place. It seems that one of these smaller health pills heals around half of our entire health. Okay, here we are. Open, indeed it is. Now, before I do anything that would endanger my safety, let's save. For the first time today, actually. Game saved, indeed. Okay. The text is still there. I wouldn't be surprised if certain things changed in the environment. Okay, so we need the button. Where am I? There we are, on the missing button. Jukebox button. Indeed, there we go. And now I can choose C2. Okay, I did. And what do I have to do now? Oh, I have to insert a coin. Well, lucky for me, I found this bar coin. And what do I do now? Oh, I have to insert the coin first and then choose the track. Silly me. There you go.
Park on the lake. We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us staring at the water.
Bar key. Why did we get this? But it seems that the record broke. Now, it is a good question. What would have happened if we choose the wrong record, right? And I might do that in another playthrough. But for now, I try to at least a bit follow what the game wants me to do. Okay, well, that symbol on the lock does look a lot like the handle of this key. And I wonder if that's the case with both of the doors. Apparently no. No, the little memory we saw. I need to go back to this remake. I liked it, but I stopped a little after the first major area. Now, because I actually haven't played the Silent Hill games as much as they are really quite frequently compared to the Resident Evil games, which I played many. I somehow never got to play one of the Silent Hill titles. I know a bit about them. Throughout the years, I watched videos, I read about the games, and it's really fascinating to me how complex they are and how much thought went into all the parts and details. But because of that, I cannot really compare this remake to the original. And also, whenever I play a remake, even with the Resident Evil ones that I played, I always try to look at and appreciate a remake as it is, not necessarily comparing it to the source material. Because as much as I know that a remake should keep the original essence and be true to that material, I want to enjoy the remakes for what they are and see that vision that the developers of the remake had. Now, obviously I don't really like when the remake is completely different, because the developers had just completely rewritten everything. But in this case, so far, which is not that much, I greatly enjoy this game. I think it has a terrific atmosphere, and maybe one day I will get to play the original and I will be able to compare the two more. But in itself, I think it's wonderful. Yeah, this remake was made in Poland, so obviously it will be a little different. Yes, I know it was developed by Bloober, I do believe, the developers of Layers of Fear. And I actually talked about this before I started, that I was a bit... how would you say it nicely? Cynical when I heard the announcement that Konami gave the job to Bloober, mostly because to me Layers of Fear didn't really intrigue me that much. And as I said, I have great respect for Silent Hill 2 and the work of the original team. And even with the little I knew about Silent Hill, I could see that compared to Layers of Fear, which is mostly a walking simulator kind of game, here you have more puzzles, you have exploration, a much larger play area, and also combat. And so I wasn't necessarily sure that Bloober could pull this off. But again, I started playing this game with the mindset that I just want to see what they did, and give them a chance. And honestly, I think they did a wonderful job. So I, as much as I had a bit of cynicism, they proved me wrong, and I'm really happy about that. And I heard that Konami actually announced that Bloober would be remaking the original Silent Hill, and perhaps if that works out, they will remake the third one, because as far as I know, those two are connected, and I'm wonderfully happy about that. If Bloober can, then props to them. I'm really happy that they managed to create this remake. I heard the newer game, Chronos, was a little better than the previous games. I did hear about Chronos, but I don't know much about it necessarily. With newer horror game releases, I try to keep informed before they release, so I know the content, maybe the pre-order bonuses, the trailers, but I don't watch streams of them because I know that one day I will be playing them. I obviously run into some spoilers and I hear what the gamers say about the game, but to me, maybe because of the setting, more of the sci-fi appeal of that game, it looked more like a Dead Space. What was the game? Callisto Protocol kind of game rather than what they created earlier. So again, it's nice to see that they are working on different things. They have quite a variety when it comes to what they can create within horror, and I think that's a good sign, because that means that as developers, they are not stuck on the same formula. And even if you're just working within the bounds of horror, there are so many things you can do. And it's lovely to see that they are not just creating layers of fear 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and going until the wheels fall off. But they look at different things. And I'm pretty sure I will go back to Layers of Fear one day and give it another chance, because it wouldn't be the first time that I slightly misunderstood the game, or because of certain context I didn't enjoy it as much. I actually didn't really like the original Amnesia game back in the day, and last year I think I played through it, and I really grew to appreciate what it was, because back when it released, not necessarily right after, but there was a time when it got really popular and there was a lot of hype about it. And for me, that kind of hurt the game, because there was such unreachable expectations created by the players through, honestly, I still believe exaggerated reviews. That when I played it, I was kind of disappointed. I felt like it was a letdown, because I heard reviews that this game is so scary that it's bad for your health. Things like that. And then I play the game and I'm like, what's so scary? I don't find it. And now when I went back, I kind of threw away all those expectations. And I said, yeah, all that was just the hype. Let's not care about it. Let's see what the game is. And now I could see that, yes, it's a wonderful game. Is it the scariest game of all time? I think that's more like up to personal taste. Is it bad for your health? Probably not. Probably not. But again, it's the fact that sometimes a game or any kind of content, media, movies, books, whatever it releases, and that age in which it is released affects it. And so for me, when I look at older games, I know it's a different experience, but I try to see them for what they are, and kind of just disregard any of the reviews and any of the additional things that went on. So with this little memory we had, I think of the protagonist's wife. He said something interesting, that they spent the entire day by the lake, and you might remember that in the letter it mentioned our special place, and I do believe in the beginning of the game our character said that he's not sure what the letter means by that, because Silent Hill, the entirety of the town, was kind of their special place. But maybe it's actually something to do with the lake. And it's really clever how the developers use this idea of a song bringing back memories. And that's real, because indeed songs, even without lyrics, they are powerful, and people associate events with them and time periods and people. And I find it really clever how it was used here. And even the name, I do believe the name of the record was The Long Way Home. And it's kind of this subtle hint that the road ahead is long for our character to reach, not necessarily home in this case, but where he is headed, where he will find whoever wrote this letter. And that's really clever. Okay, let's open this up and let's see what we have here. So this is, I'm assuming, the back of the bar, even though it kind of looks like another apartment. And we have, what's this? Okay, we have this thing that I feel like will be useful for us to get up there. Of course, this is closed as well. And this is closed as well. This is the door that would lead back to the bar, actually. Now here's the question, how can I get up there? Because if I press X, I'm assuming the character will just grab the handle again. Well, indeed. Maybe go from the side. Oh no, I just had to move it into position. Ah, I see. Well, you know, it's a terrible idea to just climb through here, because I'm pretty sure we won't be able to come back. So at least look around a bit. I see there's a toilet there, which is never a good sign. In horror movies, in horror games, bad things happen in bathrooms. But it's not like we have a choice. Okay. Some medical drinks. It's a drink, not a pill. My bad, I think I called it a pill before. So we are in yet another apartment. I guess this belongs to whoever owned the bar. And we actually found an open door. I know, unbelievable. Yes, this is closed. What is that? Certificate of Accreditation Albert Smith. So I'm assuming this is the apartment of a certain Albert Smith. What did they write? He came back after you left. It's fine, he didn't try anything, he just seemed sad. Is this the same person who broke the record? Mumbled something about getting out of town with someone. I wasn't gonna let him drive in his condition, so I logged him out. Logged him out? Of where? His car should be out back. Maybe check if it's still there by morning. It's the greenish blue one. Plate number ending with 06, I think. Now I'm not sure who this note is about, because obviously there was this person who broke the jukebox or the record in it, and he was mentioned in the note in the bar, also in the note in the record store. And actually, now that I think about it, we did go to his apartment, and in his apartment we found that burnt journal, I think it was, that talked about how he thinks the town is the reason for something, I'm assuming something bad, and so he wants to leave. But it did mention that he wanted to go to the bar first, and I'm assuming that's this bar. So this is the continuation of that story, and he came back and said something about getting out of town with someone. It's a good question who that is, but I'm assuming he was in a bad condition, maybe drunk, and so this person who wrote this note logged him out. That's interesting. Now there were, I do believe, at least one or two other notes talking about a man who behaved kind of strangely. One was, I do believe, in a barber shop. And even there, whoever wrote it talked about this man as someone who caused trouble before, and it mentioned that he returned but didn't really do anything, just watched from outside and left, something along those lines. So maybe it's all about one person. I'm not sure, because all we know is that they refer to this person as he, so I'm assuming he's a man, but that's not exactly a lot to go off of. No, in this case we do have a bit more information, because in Ellie's bar we found this, and so we learned where he lives, but still no name. Now I'm not sure if we have the notes. Oh, it just goes around. I see. Back room. This is the flower shop. This was also a man, but we don't know who this was, who ordered a bouquet. No, it could have been the same person, and that bouquet could have been for the someone. The note that we found here mentions whom he wants to leave the town with. This... Oh yes, this is the other one. Talking about a man. That he was there again, and he was one that they don't want him to come back. So again, it doesn't tell us the reason, but it is kind of taken as a fact that something happened before, why people don't really want him around. And here it said again that he just got up and left and didn't make any sort of a problem out of it. So it's rather interesting. I'm curious where this story will lead us. And in a way, it's a good question why we are even following this lead. Because as much as we are kind of lost here, and we have no trail to follow, we only have the letter we received. Following in the footprints of this person, at least logically, will not get us any closer to finding the person who wrote the letter. But then again, by chance or by fate, listening to this record did get us somewhat closer. Now we are looking for a car, not a red one. I think it was said that we are looking for a green-blue car. Is that a note? No, that's not a note. Let's see if there's anything in. Oh, what's that? What's that? That looks like a health drink. And there is no highlight on it. But there is no. So indeed you can find items in the cars. Sneaky. But this actually ends in 06, and I think that is what the note said, but this is not blue or green. But hey, let's look around. Can I squeeze in here? No. No, I cannot. Wonder what those are. Can't see anything in there. So there are garages here. Ooh, there's a green car. And I feel like we are not alone here. Oh, bugs. Come here, you little bug. I will squish you. Okay. It was just a bug. Uh-oh. No. You do not do that. Now, this is indeed a green car. However, I don't think that the license plate is right. Greenish blue car. Okay. Okay, James, but it said ending with 06. And this car has a license plate ending with 20. So I don't think that's the one. 080, that's also not the one, and well, it's blue. This is brown. Do we have anything in there? Well, other than a lot of rust, doesn't seem like it. I'm pretty sure it will be the farthest away car because, of course. Oh, this is that place where we were, with the 2 windows where I could enter the buildings. Let me see, where are we? We are right here. Ah, I see. Interesting. Slowly we are exploring all of the town. Well, slowly but surely. No, this is not it. This is green, but this is 126. Ooh, what's there? Gimme. Bit of health drink. I wonder what that is. Is that something I can pick up? Because it's kind of standing out against the dark background, but I think that's just some trash. However, I do have to say I'm slightly concerned. Because we are finding a lot of health items. And you know what that means in a game. It means that the developers thought the player will need those health items. Which means we are in danger. Not nothing in there as far as I can see. Some trash. Nothing in there. And I think we have to continue our little journey here. Oh, this is it. This is it, 06. And it looks greenish blue indeed. Can I move these? Don't think so. Or not yet. At least. The vegetation overgrowing everything gives such an eerie vibe to everything. I don't have a bowl to try to sink it, so I guess we are looking at whatever that is. Well, it looks like a pile of clothes drenched in blood. Interesting, the blood seems to be splattered from the front wheel of the car, as if maybe someone was hit by it. Let's take a refreshing drink just to be sure, and let's look at it. Yeah, that's a jacket, and that's a key. And I think that's my cue. Oh, wonderful. You know how I said that I hope I will get to see them interact with each other? Well, I've been answered. My wish was granted. Oh no 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 no. No cheap shots. Only I'm allowed to take. Oh! I was headbutted. Rude. Okay. One out. Two to go. Now, stay down. Stay down. Good. Oh, there's one more. Where are you? I know you are around here. Is it just me, or the fog is indeed thicker than it was? Where is it? Wasn't there... wait a moment. Wasn't there three? Okay. I guess not. Well, the storm is coming. Or perhaps it's already here. Woodside apartment key. An old looking key. Attached note says Woodside Apartments. Now it is true that maybe I was protected while I was inspecting the key, but to be honest I didn't want to take my chances. Okay, not going back. Oh, there you are. Also, I kind of sort of called it that these will move out of the way. Okay, do you want to join the other two? I'm creating a little pile project here. Come on. I'm still wondering if it be possible to play through this game without hurting these creatures? And I feel like the answer is yes. It's one of those games that I believe is smart enough to allow such. Okay. Well, I guess we're done here. And things are starting to get a bit rougher. Goodness! I am honestly concerned if I step out, the wind will just swoosh me away. Okay, let's look at the map. So we are here. We actually returned to the same street. And now we should go to a different part of town. Now obviously things changed a bit since we were here. So who knows what awaits us. Or what doesn't. Well, let's follow the note's wisdom and be quiet. It works. All right. Stop that! Oh! Ow! I got back-butted! I didn't even know that was a thing. Oh! Okay. Okay, things are indeed getting slightly dangerous around here. So for now... Are you kidding me? Oh, you clever developers. That was my last save point. But I will not give up looking around here. I will not. I refuse. Nah. Let's see, where the heck are we? Now that keypad bothers me a lot. So I will go back to that keypad. I hoped that I could go back to the bar and perhaps save. But it seems like that was just hopeful thinking on my part. Okay, so all we know from our memos is that someone tried multiple combinations. Here it is. 000 to 4013 and then 4014 to 4439. And they said they are close. So let's try 4413 40. Four, 1. 4, 2. I don't think that the answer is brute force, but because the character said close, let's see. Indeed. I was kind of expecting that you can try a few and it will be in like the next 10 or so. So you don't get an answer right away, but you get enough information to... I wouldn't even say figure it out, just believe that you are indeed close. What is this? Penguin. 10 cartridges. Of what? Handgun ammo. That's great. I just don't have a handgun. But other than that, I'm stoked. Also, 2 bullets. 2. Thank you. That will come in handy. I feel like rather soon. So this is some sort of a supermarket. Oh, butter cake! Can I get that? No. Coffee machine. Ooh, what's that? 4 ammo. At this point, the game is just spoiling me. I will have so much ammo. And another 2. Ooh, we have 8 bullets. I mean, we don't have a gun, but we have 8 bullets. So this area is really interesting because I feel like this is a somewhat missable part, or one that is not necessarily required for you to play through the game. And the developers reward the exploration of the player and the fact that they find that note and possibly defeat that enemy next to the truck to get the note by letting them enter this extra area and giving them useful items but nothing special. So all of these items, what is the right word? Are resources that you use up. It's not something that you can only find here, I believe. So we found handgun ammo, but we didn't find a handgun here. I guess that will happen later on during the story, but we got 8 additional bullets. And we also got health drinks, which is useful to have, but you can find it elsewhere as well. And we can open up the door. You see, sometimes being stubborn is a good thing. I feel like I'm lost. Oh, no, I actually am not. No, I did not look at everything here, I feel like. Yes. Oh, we marked the keypad as finished. Nice. So I didn't check this part before, which it seems was a mistake, because in this storm it's a bit more difficult to see things, but exploration will not be stopped because of a bit of a fog. Ow! I thought I got them from the back. You cannot get me. I will get you. Ow! Stop that! Okay. Well, I mean, I was hurt to begin with, but I think it's time for a syringe. Now, let's see what's here. Oh, a dead creature. That is actually a dead creature with a note. What are they? I shouldn't go through. I don't know why I won't. They don't stink, but it feels like they do. No smell at all. Maybe this was written by the stranger who left those notes about these creatures earlier. I should have stomped on them. Okay, we have to be extra careful here. I don't want to get hurt. Okay, it worked out. I guess it was a weaker one. Ooh. The door that waking in the darkness, opening into nightmares. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. I did see a similar door at the end of another road, I do believe. Now, I didn't go through, but maybe we should. Oh, what's that? A photo. So many people here. And so many clues collected. Indeed, this is where we have to go, I think. Texan Cafe. We gotta leave. Meet me there. I've been to Texan Cafe. I feel like that we found something in Texan Cafe. Maybe I'm wrong. I want to say we found a coin there. Oh, I see you. Oh, I also see you. I mean, I didn't. I'm not sure if it's worth it. Fighting with those two to get one health drink. Now, you see, normally, I guess you have to follow the arrow on the map that we found. But there was a door here. I didn't even try to open. So let's take a look. I guess it's closed. It has the same text. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. Oh, indeed it is closed. Well, I guess we once again have only one way where we can go. Oh, what's that? Is that ammo? At that door or window. Pick it up! Pick it up! It is ammo! I will have to be more attentive when it comes to these cars. Now I checked both sides of this street. I did not check the middle, and sometimes, as we know, there are blood trails and stains and notes. So let's look out for that. Uh-oh. I just take this, if you don't mind, and get away. Okay, I see. I see that you are not giving up. I can respect that. Oh, you! No! Stop it! I said stop it! No! Oh! You! I picked up that medkit, not to waste it right away. Oh! Okay. I see how it is. I tried to be sneaky when I came around here again, but no. You are not letting me. No. Ooh, that was a big one. Again, it's intriguing how the combat is rather vicious. There's a certain weight to every move. And it's not gory in a way, but it is visceral. And you kind of have a satisfying feeling when you defeat an enemy. And once again, I feel like that's the game's way of trying to get the player to enjoy the violence, which they shouldn't. What is here? Oh, one of these again. And once again, I am clueless why I can look at this thing. We mostly have these interactions at boarded up tunnels and dead ends. Okay, here we are. Inside, safe from the storm, nice and cozy indeed. I couldn't have said it better myself. Now the big question is where we are, but I actually can't open my map in here. Interesting. Is that the floor plan? Woodside apartment, first floor map, second floor map. So indeed, third floor map. So you can pick up multiple items at once, or at least multiple maps. I was a bit confused about how I had 2 different maps of the town, or at least different areas within the town, and I concluded maybe I picked them up at once and just didn't notice, so maybe that is indeed the case. No, the map showed that this door is now closed, and that is indeed the case. Alright, so this is the first floor, we are right here, and it's an interactive one as well. Nice. And there are dozens of rooms. This will take a bit of time. But first of all, I really do hope that we get a lamp. Nothing here. Some tools, an extension cord. I can check that. Post boxes. Oh, a TV, an old TV at that. Rather nice. Little kitchen. Ooh. This room looks so dreary. I love it. Okay, what is this? Get the veil off. Well, this looks like a puzzle to me. Beautiful, ornate puzzle at that. 3 bright coins in the 5 holes B. Okay, so we have 5 holes here and we need 3 bright coins. First sits the maiden underneath the tree. So we need a coin with a maiden, I'm assuming here. The wind from behind the maiden dot blow. It really says dot, indeed. A beautiful flower alone has to grow. Okay, so we have a coin with a flower. And here comes the man, so sleek and so fine. In the pale moonlight, his eyes dot shine. So the man will be, I'm assuming here, since there we have the moon. So the man is in the moonlight. Now, it's a good question where the flower is, because it is said that the wind from the behind the maiden, which could be on both sides, but maybe the maiden on the coin is facing one way. My guess is she will be facing to the left, towards the man. And so a beautiful flower alone has to grow will be, I'm guessing here, behind the maiden, but not directly underneath the sun. I don't have any item in my inventory I can use here. But another interesting part is that on the top, what is that? It almost looks like a keyhole. But it seems this will be the puzzle we have to solve. Oh, what are you? Handgun ammo. Oh ho ho. How much I missed you. And literally so. I walked right past it. Woodside Apartments. We are in the Woodside Apartments. Am I happy about that? Somewhat. I would still prefer a flashlight. if the game takes requests. Now let's see. What did you write there? Coin cabinet. Okay, so we have that room. We indeed checked that room. There we have the red square marking the save point. And I guess the arrows show that we can go through that door. So let's go to 101. I guess let's go in order. Okay. I guess let's not. Let's check the doors we at least have. So this is 103. This is a bit strange. If I move into the light, will I see the map better? Oh, kind of. That's lovely. I love how the amber light shines on the ripples of the paper. It is so gorgeous. Okay, so I cannot move to 103. And I can go to the left. Now there is something here, but I feel like this is just the staircase. What is this? Oh, it's open. Oh, interesting. What are you? Okay, please give me the manuscript here. Dear Madame, in response to your complaint regarding the gunshots coming from apartment 217, we have paid a visit to the tenant and he assured us that he does not own any firearms. He was fully cooperative and granted us access to the apartment. True to his words, we did not find any weapons or traces of using one. Should the noises persist, please inform the janitor. Sincerely, Woodside Apartments Administration. Okay, so we will have a fun time in apartment 217, I can already tell. Collected administration note. Oh, and we already noted that down. Oh, that's just a tile. I thought it was a note. Ooh, what's that? Health drink hidden in the corner. Sneaky. To hell. Okay. It's closed. Now that is the same reception or administration area, so we're not going there. Which means that we can only go to 104, I think. Yes, this we already checked. Let's see this one. It requires a key. All right. A little bathroom here. Bullets. It's a bit strange there are bullets just strewn around here. 104, 117 that way. Okay. Here's the problem. It's so dark that I really cannot even see if there's a door in front of me or just a wall. And I'm really wondering if I missed the flashlight somewhere. This is closed as well. Okay. Well, that is strange because that mostly means we can't really go anywhere. Well, except if we can maybe get through one of the windows here, but honestly, I don't think so. It seems we are slightly stuck. Well, not necessarily stuck, because we have the staircase. I just didn't want to go there. But once again, don't let your own mind create your limitations.
Hello? Is anyone there?
James, didn't you read the notes? Stay quiet. Alright, so this is, I do believe, floor 2. Indeed. Let's see. Oh, it automatically changes to the map of floor 2. How considerate. Okay, let's see if this door is open or not. Well, it is because there is no door. This is closed. And this requires a key. So once again, we are mostly logged out of this floor, but I feel like we will be going back and forth between floors. I would not be surprised if the developers hid some creature there, giving us a bit of a foresight of what to come, but apparently no. So one interesting thing is the bullets, or their presence here, because in the shop I feel like that was kind of a secret area where you get some extra items, but outside on the streets we didn't find many bullets. We did find, I think, a few in that police car. No, I have to be honest, I do not know if those were there when I initially looked around on that part of the street, or they kind of just appeared with the storm, because we are kind of further in to the game, but they are here in abundance. So I feel like there should also be a gun around here, except if we are just going to be throwing bullets at the enemies, which wouldn't make much sense. Oh, mannequins! I love mannequins. Okay, what is this? Is that? It's a flashlight. I don't know if I've ever been so happy to find a flashlight in a game. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Press, ow. Okay, first of all, not good. Second of all, really not good. Okay, I somehow found my way out. It doesn't seem to be too concerned about the flashlight being on or off. Did you just kick me in the face? Rude! Okay. Ow! Stop it! Okay, that was a really, really nice way to introduce this creature as its first appearance. And once again, really interesting details. So it seems to be 2 sets of legs, but not completely. The lower part is more defined with the buttocks, and once again those lines showing the outline of an outfit, maybe underwear or something like that. And the feet are really interesting. I don't know if they are actually tiptoeing around, but they remind me of ballet shoes, actually. Really, really interesting. Now, the legs on the upper part of the body are different, however. They are missing the feet entirely. What kind of creatures are these? But the combat with them is much more dynamic in a way, and dodging them makes the fight faster. You have to react rather quickly. Okay, I can go back. That's wonderful. Well, let's check what's here. More mannequins. Nothing. And a health item, which was actually there. So it's not just something you pick up out of nowhere. And I guess you can go back to the first floor and find those bullets that I found in the corner next to the staircase a bit easier with this flashlight. But here I feel like there will be something in the drawer, especially because that string of cloth is there. It draws your attention. What's that? It's a key. Courtyard key. Interesting. But what is even more interesting is this mannequin. Because this outfit, isn't this the one outfit that we saw in the vision that James's wife wore?
These clothes.
Indeed. It's no coincidence. Oh, so nice how the light works here. The sewing machine. So maybe a tailor or a seamstress worked here. Okay. This will be a fascinating place to explore. And again, it's in the same town, right? Oh, they almost burnt out lights. So it's in the same town, but the atmosphere and the mood changed so much just because we went from roaming the streets and exploring a few shops and bars. From that experience we went into this apartment building, and now we in a kind of similar fashion, just on a smaller scale, we are roaming the corridors, and exploring the rooms. It's really interesting. I don't think this will work here, but there is that tree symbol on this door, which is quite similar to the coin puzzle, the tree on that. Oh, welcome in, Schmoozer. Thank you for joining the stream. Oh, a hydrate and a stretch. Wonderful idea. I shall drink my tea. But how are you doing today? How silent is the hill? Second day. Well, it's rather silent, even though we kind of got into a windy storm, and there are some creatures around that for some odd reason interfere with our radio, so the noise from the radio does break the silence. Not second day, 2 day. Oh, I see. I thought you were referring to the fact that this is my second stream of the game, but you are right. I'm not so good with these youthful slangs. So this is floor number 3. I'm alright so far, a bit tired, but it's fine, I see. But I still hope that you will get plenty of rest and perhaps relax a bit. Well, it seems we will not be going through this door. But we seem to have yet another floor here. Interestingly, this floor did not have a map. There isn't even a number 4 on the wall. Finally finished the internship time. Congratulations, that's wonderful. Heavy Viper. Oh, what's that? More penguin bullets. Well, we are not going there, it seems. Neither up there. So this is mostly a dead end, at least for the time being. But we finally have our flashlight. And what more can I ask for? Well, perhaps a gun for all the bullets, but let's not be greedy. I do have a key now, and if I'm not mistaken, that key will go into a lock on the first floor. It's rather fascinating to me how this warm yellow light here gives a sense of safety and calmness the moment you are here. Like, this is the save room in a way, and the moment you get here, you just feel that soothing, that nothing bad will happen here. Now let's see where this key goes exactly. My guess is here. Well, my guess was correct. Let's look around, not much. So we are outside on the courtyard here. Ooh, this is indeed a big place. Ah, what's that? Warning. Garbage chute out of order. Please do not use until the problem is resolved. Feels like people didn't care about this too much. Oh, I see, I see. We will be climbing in through some windows. Happy anniversary! Thank you so much, Moozer, and thank you for the bits. I greatly appreciate all the support. No, as I said earlier, I didn't really plan anything special for this anniversary, but I feel like the fact that I get to play this game and stream from a PlayStation 5 is rather special in itself. You deserve all the support. Thank you so much for your kind words. We found yet another closed door. Definitely not the first, and I have a feeling it will not be the last. Okay, we cannot go there, and what the heck is here? Darkness is what's here. Plenty of it. Huh, indeed, it's closed. This game is really good with giving you a false sense of choice. It makes you believe that whenever you enter a new area, you have multiple options of where to go. And sometimes that is the case, but more often than not, no, you don't have any choices. Nah. Let's get up here. And in here, wherever here is. That's reassuring. Okay, this is 1, 1, 2. Okay. But maybe I should be more concerned about, you know, the radio. But it's okay. Locane siblings murder. Perpetrator commits suicide in custody. Oh goodness, okay. Walter Sullivan, the culprit in a record homicide case, a recent. For a moment I really started wondering what makes a homicide a record. A recent homicide case was found dead, having taken his own life on the morning of the 22nd in his jail cell. According to the police station, Sullivan's death was caused by blood loss resulting from severing his carotid artery with a soup spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. Wow. Sullivan was apprehended on the 18th of this month on account of brutally murdering Billy and Miriam Locane. Even though Walter Sullivan did not strike a former schoolmate from his hometown of Pleasant River as someone capable of murdering children, the schoolmate admits to having witnessed Sullivan in a state of severe paranoia shortly before his arrest. He was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff like, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me, the monster, the red devil. Forgive me, I did it. But it wasn't me, he recounts. I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy, the schoolmate concludes. I did it, but it wasn't me. That is interesting. But I don't see any sort of danger here. But I mean, something might be underneath the bed. You never know. Let's hope it's just a cockroach infestation. It probably will not be. Don't see anything here, just a small, innocent looking bedroom. Why is this left edge? Oh, I called it. I still got stung. So why is that left like that? But let's see which door leads where. Ooh, I do not like this place, which means I love it. Okay. Once again, we have the choice of the open door or the brown door, which is the open one. Now we are here. Apparently we have a door that we will not enter. Good observation, James. Good observation. This is 111. Not going there either. So as much as this is a rather big building, it seems there will be a number of rooms we will not get to explore, and that's fine. Now, so far things seem alright here. So let's look around. Anything in the fridge? Why is the fridge door off of the fridge? Nothing. And even more nothing. My favorite. They even made the tube running there. Brilliant. Really nice attention to detail. Okay. I'm looking for a coin. Don't ask me why exactly, because to be perfectly honest, I don't even know myself, but I found a strange box and it requires 3 coins, so what am I to do if not look for them? Ho 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 ho! You little... Oh, that was good! I give that to you. That was a good scare. I enjoyed that. No! Hey, what? Since when can you dodge? That's exclusive to the player. Okay, that was slightly creepy, which I do enjoy quite a lot as well. Huh. So the radio can trick us. Just because we hear no static does not mean we are safe. It just means that the creature might be waiting silently for our arrival. Ha! More bullets! Don't I love those? Okay, so I came in here for 2 bullets. I mean, I'm not complaining, just a bit. I guess that's a little panel to maybe call the reception or something like that. Not sure. Is this closed? Yes, it is. 110. Okay. So far we are making our way back here. Around. This is one of the boarded up windows. Is this a scene that I think I know? He will be here, will he not?
Hey! Wait!
Oh no.
Damn it.
No. It's a little girl.
What's a kid doing here?
What are you doing here? Well, I'm not getting that. But nice build up with the slow, quiet reach for the key and then the quick, loud movement of the girl. Nice contrast there. Well, I guess I made one shortcut. And now I'm back here. Which is good. Question mark? I think. So let me see. We actually have a question mark there. I'm not sure why. And we have an exclamation mark there, which I think means the key is there that we might need. Now, what kind of items do we actually have? We have memos. So this was at the entrance of the apartment building, and we know that this man who wanted to leave Silent Hill, he lived in a different apartment. So maybe the person he wanted to live with lived here. But one thing that I'm curious about is the mention of Texan Cafe. This was in the motorhome. This is strange. This is strange because it shows a number of different areas, some of which I actually know. So the circles, I feel like are places where we had to go for story related items. The question mark on top is where we entered, but we couldn't go back there. The other question mark is on the market that we got to access with the code, the 4444 code. And then we have this arrow. But who made this map is the question. I feel like it was made by the same person who left the notes about the creatures. And who wrote all these. Backroom letter. So again, this is about this man who wanted to leave. I'm not sure what this is. I feel like this is more of the survivors note. Who talked about the creatures. I'm not sure if Texan Cafe was mentioned in the journal of the man. Unfortunately, we don't have that in our inventory. That stayed in the apartment there. But I think he only mentioned he wants to go back to the bar. And when we went back to the bar, we found the note in the back room, which is this. How this person who wrote this note stopped him from getting into his car because he was in no condition to drive. And then we went to his car and we found a key to this place. Alright, well, let's follow the noise. And I'd like to elect that as terrible idea of the day. Yep, that was not open. But you know what? If I have a save point, I might as well use it. Now here, before the save, how the game switches from one camera to another, you can see that it stops for a moment, which is understandable with the saving, but every now and then I saw a tiny bit of a lag, but I feel like that is because I set the game to quality mode, so I'm not too bothered by that. I don't think it really takes away from the game. Yes, this was the bathroom. And this was closed. But now it is open. Okay. Great. I guess we are checking the corridor first. With all these noises, I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Are those footsteps? Because if yes, those are mighty heavy footsteps. So there's our key. But I will go from where I entered and check every single room. Because I worry if I pick that key up, something will happen. And something that I might not enjoy. Well, or James will not enjoy. I will probably enjoy it greatly. Okay, so we are here and that's closed, that's closed. Interesting, some are shown to be barricaded, but 106 is shown as closed. Why? Strange. Okay, what's this? 108. Okay, we have a lovely bed. A toilet. Oh, look at that old school hairdryer. We'll get back to that in a moment. Is that TV on? Oh no, it just looked like it was on from far away. Look at it, it has such a tiny screen. Okay, so we have a wardrobe with hands as handles. And we can move them. I guess that's what they call dropping the ball. Golden apple handle. Okay. And that, to me, looks like a wedding dress. Why is that important? Again, I feel like that is hinting at something in James's past. Give me a moment. So I feel like that there is something more to it. Even though this time around James does not comment on it like with the other outfit around the mannequins. Did I check everything? I checked that, I checked that, I checked that. Yeah, I feel like we're done here. We have a golden apple. Your guess of why that is good is, well, as good as mine. Why is there a, not even a gate here? This is just barred off. But I guess we are picking up the key. Second floor hallway key. Wonderful. Key 10. Okay, well, let's go into this extremely inviting room and hope we don't die. Or at least we get to leave it. Oh goodness. Don't tell me I have to play music. Einsheim Blumen, Opus 82.3, Robert Schumann. And we have a redwood piano. Okay, so far. Ooh, vinyls. Some broken vinyls. But so far, everything seems to be okay. which is strange in itself when it comes to Silent Hill. Again, it shows how well the game works with the atmosphere. If you are starting to feel paranoid because everything seems to be okay. Oh, a guitar. Can I do something with the guitar? No. Okay, James is not the musician kind. Oh, bunnies! Okay, another bathroom. We cannot flush the toilet.
Huh. Quite the artist.
Indeed! Maybe this was left by that little girl. Oh, what's that? Hell drink 9! Wow. Oh! More bunnies! Okay. Well, that girl seemed to have came from this room and kicked the key from there to here. Oh, look at how nice the pattern of the tiles are. Okay, and now we will know why our radio went a bit crazy here. Oh yes, that is 106, the one that was marked differently on our map. Oh, don't tell. Oh goodness. How am I supposed to dodge you in this narrow space? I still don't have a gun. Just for the record. Okay. Will you come any closer? No. Okay, will you turn around? No. No. That's a no. Okay. Will you just let me pass you? No. Okay, understood. No. Okay. Okay, not the most agreeable creature ever, but I guess there's only one way to fix this. Ow! That hurt. Okay. Well, follow the trail of blood. So it seems not every creature is the same strength. Now, the trail of blood led back to the door, but the radio is emitting static here as well. Possibly because of the bugs. Okay. Oh, a teddy bear. Slightly strange teddy bear. TV. More handgun ammo because I honestly stopped counting how many bullets I have at this point. Oh, a note. Please deliver these to Mrs. Millie from 102. I'm really worried about her. She's been cooped up all alone with his belongings for days on end. She won't even move them. And God forbid anyone else touch anything. It's breaking my heart just thinking about it. Really nice writing here. For days on end means without stopping. And it seems she lost someone, possibly her husband, and she doesn't let anyone to move his belongings. But what is the delivery? Maybe this little basket of items? Huh, not much. Let's see what's in that. It seems to be a flower and some boxes, maybe food, maybe some cans. Also interesting detail on the walls. You can see where pictures or frames used to be. Really small details, but it adds to the environment a lot. And again, it shows that the developers of the remake paid attention to these things. They didn't just say, well, let's use the same one wall texture. And I do like that a lot. Well, I think that was pretty much all, and once again this little intercom. Well, we do have one creature roaming or slithering free around here, which I'm not too stoked about. And we did not get one step closer to solving the coin puzzle. Now let's see, we got the second floor hallway key, a key to the hallway on the second floor, and golden apple handle. It seems to have broken off of a wardrobe. It may have a similar use. I do not remember any wardrobes. So let's go to the second floor. Wait, that wasn't open. And those creatures were not there. Or maybe they were and I just didn't know. So this is 101, 103. How am I supposed to get around you two? I mean, if I come in here and they follow, I'm still in a better position, I guess. Not necessarily, but perhaps. Wait, where am I? Oh, 102. Oh, this is where that old lady lived. Or, well, old we don't really know, but that lady lived. Who lost someone. Let's look around a bit. Even though I do have to say I'd be much more relaxed if I could get rid of the static. It's not necessarily the static that is unnerving, it's the meaning of it, the fact that it signals how we are not alone and not safe. There's a camera up there. Ooh, what's that? It's a photo. Valentine's Day. It's not the first photo. Oh, there's the number 4 there. Oh, little figurines there, little statues. Okay. Come in. Okay, I can go around, so at least I have one loop. That was uncalled for. And of course the other one entered. Ah, ho, ho, ho. Well, you know how I asked about how they would behave next to each other? Like so. Oh, you. Nope. They are really, really quick when they want to be. And I just drank more hell drinks than I want to admit. No encore. Stop it. I mean, the idea itself wasn't bad to lure them in there. As much as it wasn't necessarily luring them in, they just kind of decided to want to join me. Okay. So we checked 101, 102, and 103. That's great. And we found a picture. We cannot go out there, it seems. That's fine. I'm assuming one of these creatures was the one that got away from the other corridor. Or, well, scurried off rather quickly. Now let's see these photos. Strange photos. Okay, so this one says Valentine's Day indeed. And when I flip it, there is no text that you can read, but it says 4. Now my question is, what about this one? So many people here. One of these strange photos I found, so I guess there will be multiple, and perhaps it's kind of a collection. And this says 1. So number 1 was outside of the building. And if they are in some sort of an order, that would mean the ones coming after will be inside of this building. So there are at least 2 photos somewhere in this apartment building that I want to find. But for now, it's time to save. And I think with that, we finished our 4-hour stream of Silent Hill 2 Remake. Oh, what a lovely TV up there. Yes, back then, to hold a TV you needed something sturdy, and let me tell you, that arm holding it is not made out of plastic. No, it's probably made out of some heavy-duty steel. But as much as I want to continue playing, this has been our 4 hours with this lovely game. This week, nothing seems to be changing on the main menu. And let's see where we got here. So we are at 15% apparently. Let me actually let things update. Yeah, 15%. And we have 4 trophies. We had 2, so we got another 2 of them today. And we are in the Woodside Apartments at 20%. So I'm assuming the previous area we kind of finished. So we went from the 55% I think we were to the 100. And with that, I think it is time to look for someone to raid. Now, I do hope that you found our adventure in this game fun, and even though we didn't make that much progress, I feel like today it was still enjoyable to watch me get just a few steps closer to the truth, if there is even such a thing as truth in Silent Hill. So let's see, whom shall we raid today? And I think we are going to be raiding VTuber, working on an elegant model. At least that is what the title of the stream tells us. They are the wonderful artist who created my live 2D model. So if you are interested in art, then please join the raid and say hello to Repo. And maybe if you are looking for art in this style, or who knows, even a model, then check out their VGem page or ask them about it. And that's it for today. I will be back next week. I'm not sure what the exact schedule will be. There are so many games. So many games that I want to play. We obviously started Silent Hill 2, and then we have a few levels to ascend through in Bloodhunt, and obviously the Island of Mist awaits us. So there's so many wonderful games to look forward to, and I do hope that you are looking forward to my streams. Now, since I started streaming from the PlayStation 5, I am absolutely delighted that I'm not running into many technical issues, and I've been trying a more what would be the right word? Slower approach, perhaps, to streaming, a more serious one, closer to my own style, and I do hope that you enjoyed. As I said, I try to keep a sort of natural rhythm between my comment on the game and the game's own narrative or gameplay flow. And even though sometimes it doesn't work out exactly and I walk into some cutscenes here or there, but I do hope that I get to add just a bit, if nothing else, than my own reactions to this wonderful game and to all the other ones. So I will be back next week, perhaps with these free games, but until that, I thank you for joining me, and thank you for wishing me happy affiliate anniversary. I greatly appreciate it. And thanks for all who joined my stream and my chat today. B and Mako and Schmoozer. It's always so nice to have people come in and, if nothing else, just exchange a few words or just greetings. It makes it all worthwhile. After all, I always say, as much as my content is focused on researching horror, streaming is about interaction, and I do hope that my viewers get to interact with me and the stream as much as they want. So thank you so much for joining me. Have a great day, and as always, good night.